Yeah, yeah. Long time. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Griffin, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Ready? Begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please.
President Saint-Amand,
Present.
Director Cordell,
Here.
Director Griffin,
Here.
Director Rutora,
Here.
Vice President Boyd.
Here. All right, thank you. Posting of agenda declaration.
The agenda for tonight's regular board meeting was posted on Friday, March 11th, 2022.
Thank you. Conflict of interest declaration.
None for Rotorua.
I have an item, 7C, number 1. I will be abstaining from that item. I've had a tenant landlord agreement with Mr. Nichols for several years, so I will be abstaining.
Okay, thank you.
None for Boyd.
Cordell, no.
None for St. Amand. That being said, I must notify you that I am an employee of the federal government. That being said, my opinions expressed tonight are mine and mine alone and do not necessarily reflect those of my employer or the Board of Directors of the Water District. Thank you. Public questions and comments. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any matter not on the agenda and over which the board has jurisdiction. However, no action may be taken by the Board of Directors on any item not appearing on the agenda. Non-agenda speakers are asked to limit their presentation to 5 minutes. Public questions and comments on items listed on the agenda will be accepted at any time the item is brought forth for consideration by the board. When you're recognized, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you. Do we have any public questions or comments?
No? Good, I don't want it on. No. There you go. Basically, I have a question about one of the Water Management Committee agenda items. But since it's not on the agenda, can I still ask the question? Because, basically, it's in the packet, but it's not on the agenda where you discuss what's happening with the Water Management Committee. So my question is it sort of on the agenda because it's in the packet, or it's not on the agenda? Somebody's answering. Yeah.
If it's not on the agenda, it's not on the agenda. So if it's within the jurisdiction of the district, you can make a comment during public comment like you're doing right now.
Okay, guys, that's an answer rather than hold off. The question I have in particular is your exploration efforts in the El Paso area. And I just wondered why. I don't think I've really heard it explained from this board. You don't need to answer it. You can get back to me anytime any of you can. But what is the reason and what is the benefit to the ratepayers of the money? Because now you're spending real money. You're in the hundreds of thousands, 200, you could potentially spend it in millions of dollars out there. So I'm trying to figure out why you're doing it. What is the reason? How is it going to eventually benefit the ratepayers? So if someone could get back with me on that answer, whether as a group or send me some or give it to Don, he can shoot me an email. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Dawn, if you don't mind, shoot him an email. All right, thank you. Are there any other public comments or questions? Is there anyone online waiting, Chris?
You have Parker, but no other callers.
Okay, that sounds like that is that's the end of that section. All right, 7A, consent calendar. Approval of the board meeting minutes and accounts payable disbursements. Is there any discussion from the board? All right. Number 2201, okay. You want to handle that separately or all as a bundle?
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
There's a resolution included in the consent calendar. Do you want
Yeah,
to deal with that?
that's fine. It's just the AB 361 finding. If we're going to do the resolution, it's quicker and more efficient. We just put it on the consent calendar. which is
Okay.
what we've done. Thank you.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All right.
President St. Amand,
Yes.
Director Cordell,
Yes.
Director Griffin, Director Rotora,
Aye.
Vice President Boyd.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Item B, salary survey.
Okay, I'll cover that. The 2019 memorandum of understanding with the employee group included the following. You've got the excerpt in your packet, but I'll go ahead for the benefit of everybody here to go ahead and just read it. On an annual basis, salary ranges for all district employment positions will be reviewed and compared on a statewide basis after being adjusted for local cost of living factors available from the website www.bestplaces.net/COL. In the event the website is no longer available, a website with similar information as mutually agreeable will be used. Commencing July 1st, 2019, to be applied retroactive if necessary, and July 1 of every year thereafter, adjustments to an employment position salary range is conditioned as follows. A, if the district's maximum salary pay for a designated position is found to be 5% or more below the state average maximum salary pay adjusted for local cost of living factors for a comparable position, the district's maximum salary pay for said designated position will be increased to amount equal to the state average maximum salary pay for that comparable position, and the employee will be eligible for both merit and cost of living adjustments to bring the salary within 5% or equal to the state average maximum salary for the comparable position. If the district's maximum salary pay is found to be above the state average maximum salary pay adjusted for local cost of living factors for a comparable position, no adjustment will be made. Further, no adjustment will be made to the position's maximum salary pay until the district's maximum salary pay is 5% or more below the state average maximum salary pay for the comparable position. Lastly, any employee whose salary is 5% or more above the state average maximum salary pay for a comparable position will not be eligible for a cost of living increase or a merit increase until the employee's salary is less than 5% above the state average maximum salary pay for the comparable position. It was agreed that the district's managers will participate in identifying comparable positions for the positions under their supervision for purposes of the salary survey. In addition, results of the salary survey shall be shared with the employees prior to presentation to district's board of directors. So in your packet, you'll have a composite of all of the salary survey results. I think it was 17 districts, I think, is what we use for survey. We understand that not all positions have exact matches, but we try and get as close as possible by looking at the job descriptions to our job descriptions for the district. So what you see on that chart, the green shaded boxes are areas, these are all where the entry salaries are not within 5%. So it requires adjustments. And you can see, for example, a customer accounts representative at the top. The current entry is $45,531. It is not within 5%. So the recommended adjustment is on the right-hand side, $49,690.61. So on and so forth as you go down that list and see the green boxes. So this was presented to the employees already. They have seen it, and that complies with requirements of the MOU. So we are bringing this to the board with the recommendation that we adjust those current entry minimums to the entries that you see to the new entry salaries you see on the right-hand side of the display. All the maximums are the same, except you can see the field services tech is above, so it's actually being adjusted as well.
Okay, any questions from the board? Any questions from the public? Okay, you need a resolution from us to adopt these?
Just a motion will suffice.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Okay. Vote, please. Oh, it's up on the screen this time. Very good. Thank you. All right, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item C, 7C, Plant and Equipment Committee. Request for variance.
Sorry, I'm communicating with Tim Parker. We were trying to get him to. We
Not quite.
want to ask him to mute, or no, that's after this one, so. I still hear him. That's all right. Maybe he'll hear. Caller, please mute. All right.
That's the person online.
Yes.
I call,
I can put them on hold, they won't be able to.
Yeah.
okay. I'm going to ask them, caller, if you wouldn't mind temporarily putting yourself on mute. We're getting a little bit of feedback. Thank you.
Okay, it's on mute.
Thank you. All right, so this one is Mr. Nichols applied for a variance. He currently has 3 parcels, one at 452 West Robertson, 440 West Robertson, and 445 West Church that are currently served from 1 3/4-inch meter, situation that evidently we inherited long ago, and something that's not allowed anymore. So Mr. Nichols had indicated he was selling those parcels and applied to separately meter them. And we provided that cost to him for that. The current meter would stay with 452 West Robertson, and he would need new laterals and meters for 440 and 440 Robertson and 445 Church. So that cost was $1,139 for each of those. Of course, that doesn't include, digging the road and repairing the road and that kind of thing. So there's a little map that you can see on the screen. There's an arrow that points to the location of the current meter. So Mr. Nichols indicated that he wanted to get a waiver to hook all the properties up to the existing, keep them hooked up to the existing 3/4-inch meter. So that is the waiver he requested. Went to the Plant Equipment Committee, Admin Exec Committee, both of which recommended denying that variance request, since it does go against board policy.
Okay, all right. Well, let's start with comment from the public. Anybody in the public like to comment on this item? All right, any comment or discussion from the board?
Now, the price was $1,100 per meter to install, correct?
$1,139, that includes the lateral and the meter.
Yeah, which I think is more than fair, as far as that goes. I mean, one of the houses is not even on the same street, so I don't think we can do any better than $1,100 to assist them to do it, so. I'd vote for getting 3 meters.
All right. Well, very good. So he's intending to sell the property?
That was what I was told, yes. If Mr. Nichols, if you want to say anything at this point, this is your opportunity.
I'm Roy Nichols, and my son's Jeff Nichols, so he's the one that actually made the application, but I didn't. I did the work for it. Excuse me. Currently, the meter there at 452 West Robertson Road has been there since we bought the property in, I think, 1983. And since 1983 till now, 1 3/4-inch meters has serviced these 3 parcels without a problem. And so I made an application to the engineer, Renee, for putting in 3 separate meters. And she approved the application and stated on the application that 3/4 inch meters were required. That's what was stated on, and I have a copy of that. So I rerouted the water from all the properties to the point where 452 Robertson Road is. So I had the thing there. So after approval, then I called in Joe from the water department to come and inspect what I was going to do and give me approval. And so he said, fine, I approve that. You can connect up to this pet boutique place there, which is 440 West Robertson Road. And, but the meter at, or the place at 452 Robertson has a house and an apartment behind the house. That's on one parcel, so you can't change that. That has to stay. So then I said, well, okay, so I want to connect up 445 West Church Street. And then he said, to my surprise, well, you require a 1-inch line for that property. And, but I only had a 3/4 inch line at that point. So I said, well, how do I get a 1-inch line? He said, well, you have to dig across the street, Robertson Road, and connect up to the water main there with a 1-inch line and bring it across. Well, of course, that's not a cheap proposition. And so I said, well, what are our other alternatives? And he said, well, you can run it, the line out front of Church Street there. And so we walked around over there, and I said, well, then it was on the south side of the road, the water line was, for Robertson, and so I assumed it would be on the south side of the road for, for Church. We got over there, it's on the other side of the road. And which means it was even harder proposition to cut across Church Street, since they just put in new pavement in there, and they didn't want anybody digging across the street. So I went back, and that was about all we could do. I just said, I don't understand why this place has been serviced with a 3/4 inch line, all 3 properties, since 1983. What is that, 40-some years? And never had a water problem. And now I just want to take one property off, which happens to be where the old alcohol awareness place was, Task Building, which is just an office building, just has office spaces in there. There's no one lives there. And so we wanted to put that on a separate meter. So I run the line all the way back to do that. And so I don't understand why it's not a problem of water usage. It's a problem with new city regulations. And I understand that that's what you have to do to run a city. You have to update your thing. But, so that's my request. I'm all set to do it, except that I don't want to spend the expense of having to dig across Robertson Road or any other road. There is another alternative there. The property to the east a telemarker. The property to the east, 432 West Robertson Road, has a 2-inch meter. And so I asked Joe from the water department why can't I just tap into that meter and run a 1-inch line? Because I can run that 1-inch line over to where I want it. And he said, you can't do it. The city doesn't allow that. So here I am.
Okay, thank you for that. What was the inspiration for putting all three properties on separate meters?
Well, I deeded my interest in that property to my son.
Okay,
And so he wants to be able to sell the property with separate parcels, basically.
all right.
And that was the motivation for it. So I've been trying to help him do that.
So there really would need to be a meter on each property. And
Well,
the
we'd
issue
like
would-
to have a meter on
And the
it.
issue is the avoidance of digging across Robertson to
Yeah.
Church Street to establish a 1-inch line.
Just a clarification too, Mr. Nichols referred to city regulations. It's not city, it's Water District Sales and Service Policy Ordinance 103,
Okay,
4.
But on 432 West Robertson Road, there already is a 2-inch meter there. There's no reason why I can't, the city can't give me a permit to dig down there and put an adapter, PVC adapter, and run a 1-inch line at that point that I can tie to. I don't see why that would be a particular problem.
The problem is, Mr. Nichols, is you can't cross property lines to serve another property. You cannot do that. That's not allowed. So you can't tap into a neighbor 2 houses down and run it to your house.
Well, where I would be tapping it is right where it connects to the meter.
Yeah,
Not at the meter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Each parcel needs to have their own service. And he can't cross parcel lines to reach another parcel,
So
so.
it seems like there'd be an exception for that.
Well, I don't know how you would do it if you sell these properties. Each person that purchases that is going to want their own meter and pay their own water bill. Otherwise, if you continue it the way it is, who's going to pay the water bill? Who will be responsible for it? If they're all owned by different people.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get separate meters.
And you can get separate meters. Yes, it will involve going into the street and tapping the line. I did talk to the city Public Works Director on Church. He said the moratorium on that street does expire in June, so he could make an exception for you going ahead and tapping that line out there in Church. It wouldn't be a problem.
Does that 2-inch water meter, is that on the common corner of your property and another property?
Yeah, it's right at the corner of my property.
Okay, so you wouldn't have to go across other pieces of property?
No,
Okay.
it's right at the corner of my property.
Property line?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just hope that you can help me.
so the moratorium for crossing Church Street, does that resolve your issue? If they lift if the city allows you to dig across Church, does that resolve the issue?
Not really, because it's more expensive to go across Church than it is to go across Robertson Road.
All right.
If the existing 2 inches in between the two pieces of property, could he tie onto it that way?
I don't think it is. I think it's on the east side of 440 West Robertson.
It's not?
So it's on the west side and it's feeding properties to the east.
Sure, hold on just one sec.
So it's at 450, it's at 440 and feeding properties to the east of there.
440 and 432 adjoining.
So I think we should go ahead and do a little research on
Is
that.
that 432?
Totally agree. I think there's more information that's coming to bear to the,
But even if there's a 2-inch lateral there, that doesn't mean we can necessarily hook anything more up to it. It depends how many services are coming off of there.
Okay.
How many meters are already hooked up to there. So someone, is it 2-inch lateral or 2-inch meter?
2-inch meter and one lateral, 2-inch lateral.
With a 2-inch meter on it.
Yeah.
It's right at the junction.
You can't hook up anymore.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
If we could do something like that, I'd be for that, but Church Street, I don't think we have a
The,
choice.
to say again, if you look on your map, 432 West Robertson Road joins 440 West Robertson Road. Their parcel split. The meter is right at that point where they join.
You say 432?
432 West Robertson Road.
Where's 432?
That's 452, that's 440. Is this 432?
Yeah, it's 432,
And you're saying that the 2-inch meter is right here
right there,
on the property line?
right there.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
You're still asking to put a 3/4 inch meter and a 2-inch meter on a 2-inch lateral. You
That's-
cannot serve both of those off a 2-inch lateral.
You cannot, no.
Well, does the.
There's not
it looks
enough
like
flow.
Apartments on the corner? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's just apartments.
Yeah.
But
Would they require a 2-inch for the apartments if there's only a triplex?
That depends.
I'm just trying to help them out on that one. Church Street, I don't see any way around it other than going across. But
But yeah, the issue also with 440 is it's a dog grooming business and it has to have a backflow preventer.
yes.
So
so
even
we
if,
got that settled with
yeah,
the 3/4 inch meter that I have there now. I can tie to that 440 West Robertson Road, according to Joe. No problem at all. The thing is that the only place that uses any water at all is the pet boutique. I mean, they wash their pets and stuff, so that's the only place that I have a problem at all. All the other places hardly use any water.
But that could change in the future. You have to acknowledge that.
Well,
Those may not always be the businesses or the residents.
well, let's talk about 453 Church. There's a house on the corner there. That's 444 Robertson Road, is what we call it. And there's a 2 apartments behind it, a 2 building with 2 apartments. That's the one parcel. And then the parcel behind that is the TAS building, okay? And it won't use any water. And then we got the 440 West Robertson Road, which is the pet boutique, which is the primary user of the water.
Currently,
Yeah.
right.
So it really doesn't, I understand it, you gotta have, the city has to make new ordinances and stuff and all that, but the 445 West Church Street does not need a 1-inch meter.
we're not asking you to put in a 1-inch meter.
There you are.
No, it's a lateral. That's the pipe that connects to the main pipe in the road. That is our minimum size, is 1 inch, and 3/4 inch meters are our minimum size also. So you can't go smaller than that.
All right, so, well, okay.
What is the building on 432?
It's an apartment complex, got like,
3 or 4? Or
well,
triplex, 3
it's a
units?
triplex, is it triplex? It may be 2. Might be, it's a duplex and maybe another duplex, maybe 2, I'm not sure.
Jason, you've mentioned something about not being able to service both pieces of property with the line that's there at the corner of the property. Could you repeat what you were saying so that I have a better
If you
understanding?
have a 2-inch meter,
Yep,
it has a demand for 2-inch.
okay.
If you add another 3/4 onto that, it puts the demand higher than what the 2-inch lateral can provide.
Not enough flow.
Right, okay, all right, very good, I want to clarify that. So the closest thing I can think of is that whenever somebody is preparing to sell their house, they're often required to upgrade certain features of the house to the current code. So that's the situation you're facing now. You have deeded the property rights to your son, and in the future, the property might be sold to somebody else, or it might be developed in a way differently than it is currently. And
There is a 1-inch line that comes from the building on 445 West Church to this point. It has a 1-inch lateral coming in to that place.
Another thing he could do too
So-
is also
so
put on the
if-
deed that he would have to replace those at time of sale, where he doesn't have to do anything that's second, but it could be part of his CCRs to go ahead and, put those laterals in. Then he wouldn't have to do all three of them at one time, and that way he would generate some money from a down payment to go put them in. That's a long ways around, but
It is a long ways around.
it'll work.
You estimate the total cost for the complying with the requirements?
I don't know what a contractor is going to charge to go out and dig up the road, and then you have to repair the asphalt.
Right.
Yeah. We would go out, tap the pipe once it's uncovered, and run the lateral and set the meter.
You'd also have to file a lien or a covenant against the property, so if anybody bought it, they knew that was a requirement moving forward, and so they couldn't say they didn't know. So that'd be something that if they want those lines, we'd file against the house. So people would know there's that requirement involved with the sale.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Just trying to help out a little bit to save you the expense right this moment.
Any additional comment from the board? Questions?
When we discussed this in committee, a lot of the information that Mr. Nichols brought forward wasn't part of what we heard. So we're able to make a decision based on a little bit less information. It was an easier decision to make.
Okay.
Given that he's offered additional information, it sounds like there may be some disputes about the actual information. Is it reasonable that we would maybe take a break and have staff look at this a little bit deeper? And just see if there is another opportunity, or
Okay.
I don't want to load you up with more work. It's just,
I'm not sure what else we would look at. I mean, having three parcels served from 1 meter.
Well, could you research the 2-inch lateral to see what
Yeah,
they're using?
it appears on the aerial photo that it serves 2 triplexes. So, I mean, you don't want to be,
Quite a bit.
it's already maxed out, so you don't want to be tapping into that.
Okay.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I offer you a comment. Judy Decker, former board member. There are certain sections of Ridgecrest that were developed long ago when there weren't many standards and weren't many rules. You have fortunately adopted the ordinance that each parcel shall have a meter. Renee just told you that quite clearly. You need to make sure you stay with your ordinances because they have been put in place and started years ago to help straighten out messes. And that's what you had, were messes, where somebody bought a piece of property, built a house, put in a water line, and the guy next door wanted to connect, so they just connected, and so on and so forth. I currently know landlords who are going around to their triplexes, duplexes that they own, and are requiring their tenants, they're putting meters in so that each tenant has their own meter. So don't go backwards.
Don, you have a comment?
Yeah, I was going to add, I concur with what Judy's saying. The staff recommendation is consistent with that. We found several incidences over the years. As Judy said, there's people had property, the district was much smaller. They did things on a handshake sometimes, put things in. When those things come up, we do have an ordinance that we've put a lot of thought into that's been passed by this board to an attempt to bring everything up to one standard. And, the problem is you start granting variances like this and who knows what else is going to come before the board. I think we need to stick with our standard, stick with our ordinance, and bring everything up to compliance with the ordinance.
Okay.
Otherwise, who knows whenever whenever everything will be brought up to standard, and just keep getting variances, and they'll just keep coming to the board. So I think we have to, I do think we need, although it may be a little, I understand the expense, additional expense, but the issue is this is something that doesn't meet our standards, and I think we need to make sure that it's done to our standards, meets the requirements of ordinance 104.
Okay? All right.
I noticed that the committee recommends the following is blank. Did the committee have a recommendation?
Yeah,
The committee did.
Yeah, the copy that I'm looking at says the board recommends denying Mr. Nichols' variance.
That was the committee.
Oh, okay, this might have, I perhaps copied this early, okay.
Yep.
No, just for clarification, I don't know why you don't have it. Recommendation, staff recommends that Mr. Nichols individually meter each parcel since the lots will be sold and each owned by a different person and/or entity. That's the recommendation.
I still agree with that, too.
Okay, and the cost of the improvements could be used, could be added into the cost of the parcels. Or if they retain records, perhaps even deducted from any income they received from the sale of the parcel as an improvement. I'd hate to kick this down kick this can down the road. This situation has to be brought up to code, in my opinion, and just putting a lien on it and then letting it fly just doesn't sit right with me.
Well, I still believe that they could put a covenant on the lots and do it as they make a sale. That shouldn't be a problem to anybody, I wouldn't think.
I'm sorry, say that again? I missed it.
I said, they're still welcome to just doing the improvement as they sell the property. They could put, the water district could put a covenant on there to enforce that rule, that they have to put an additional meter on each piece of property to bring it up to legit. So that's what I would be for. They wouldn't have to do it right now, but they could do it in escrow with the covenant on the property, like we do now as far as landscaping goes. You know, not putting in landscaping, and we have to sign the papers for that too. So that's
Just so you're aware, Director Cordell, there's legal fees involved in creating those and filing those covenants.
And to do something like that while you're in escrow, that I'm not sure the timing is reasonable. You're gonna be pulling permits and finding contractors but anyway, that's all.
Okay. All right.
Well, it will be brought up if you go through a title insurance or a title company. It's gonna be there, for sure.
A recorded document would in fact show up. I think we do something similar for the reimbursement agreements for the pipelines. When it goes in front of a parcel.
Yes, those, refund agreements?
Yeah,
Yes.
kind of something like that. Along that procedure. I'd want to look at it and think about it, but something like that we could probably accommodate legally.
All right. Mr. Nichols, go ahead and grab the podium.
I'm trying to figure out where we are here. The simplest way out of this is just let me hook up with a 3/4 inch line. It's already there. There is no reason, there's not gonna be any water use. I know that there's new ordinance and stuff out, and I know that you need to make people conform and do that. It's just that if you let me just hook up now to the 3/4 inch meter, my lines are all there, I can do this, pay the city for the cost of doing that, the water department, for the cost of doing that. And then we can investigate, since I'm running 1-inch lines anyway to all my properties. So that complies. So why don't you just let me do this, and then we'll have another thing or something where we can look at that 2-inch meter at 432 West Robertson Road and see if I can tap into it. So if we did that, we could let me hook up for now, since I'm already set to do it, with the contingency that I have to figure out a solution to getting a 1-inch lateral there. And put something in or a request to look in, to tie it into that existing service there at 432 West Robertson Road.
So you're currently, all three properties are served by 1 meter. So
Yeah.
what is the reason for requesting the 3/4 inch line to that property to separate it from the other meter?
No,
Are you planning to sell it now?
no, we're not in, it's not in for sale or anything.
Okay. Is it just because you're deeding the property over to your son? that you're-
No,
All right.
we're just trying to straighten it out so in the future, if we want, we can sell it as a separate
On
parcel.
separate meters, okay. So
And
really,
the point, when I got the recommendation from Renee, it said 3/4 inch meters.
That wasn't a recommendation.
So then I plumbed, I brought water clear back with 1-inch lines to that point, and I was all set to hook up, and then Joe told me I couldn't do it. So let me do that, let me hook up there with a contingency that it has to be fixed before it can be sold or something.
I think Mr. Nichols misunderstood. I never made a recommendation. He made an application for a 3/4 inch meter for each of those parcels. So the paperwork went back with, okay, 452 West Robertson can keep the meter that's there. The other two need new meters and laterals. That's what went back. 3/4 inch is our minimum size. So,
Yeah, well, I did misunderstand.
yeah, I think so. And I did see a for sale sign in front of 445 West Church. There is a sale sign out there in front.
I think the only way we can do it is like I suggested earlier, we can't approve anything else but that right now, because it would not be legal for the water district to do it. And right now, he's legal, because he's grandfathered in, but I think that he puts them in as sold, and
I would
That's all we
caution
can do.
against, I'm sorry, Director, I would caution against that. We fix so many and see so many in the field where lines run across somebody else's property and the leak happens and it belongs to the neighbor property.
well, he's legal right now, is that correct?
Yeah.
Legal as a,
As far as grandfathered in, not according to us.
And he
but-
does own all those
Make it
properties,
right.
so yes.
That doesn't make it right.
No, doesn't make it
Okay,
right.
as of
What we're
right
trying
now,
to do.
can we make him do that right this second? I guess that'd be my question, my next question.
If he wants to continue with putting in separately metering those properties, then yeah, he would need to go in, tap the pipe, put meters on
Right,
each
I
of those
understand
properties.
that. Is
yes.
he forced to do it right now?
He's not
That's
forced to do
okay.
anything
Right
except
now, he's
unless he
legal
sells
until
them.
He sells
Yeah.
the parcels.
right,
Okay,
okay.
that's my point.
I mean, other people are going to buy those parcels and find out that, you know, somebody else is paying the water or the water's hooked up somewhere else. I mean, I don't know.
No, that's not true.
Who pays the water now? Probably you do, right? But if they're sold, then
Said does.
Yeah.
you going to continue to pay the water for somebody else? If it's sold?
If it's sold, I just said we make a contingency that, number one, I said if you can approve that, that I can hook up to the current 3/4 inch line that I have now, then we'll study if we can connect up in the near future to the 2-inch lateral that's at 433 Church, which is on my property line.
Yeah, maybe on your property line, but if
Don't
it's
have to
serving
go
two
across.
duplexes
Okay.
on a 2-inch lateral, then it's already maxed
Yeah,
out
if
for
there's
flow.
two triplexes on that property, that's probably why there's a 2-inch lateral there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
that's
think go through escrow, put a lien on it, and then when you sell them, it'll have to be taken care of.
Yeah, but I would like to have engineering on letting me tie into the 2-inch lateral that's there.
We can't really do that.
It won't, sir, it won't have sufficient water pressure if you do that to serve all the people currently on that 2-inch, is my understanding.
2-inch?
Won't be enough flow.
Won't be enough flow.
Sir, here,
But wait. I want to tie in before it gets to the meter.
So now there's 2 meters off of the 1 2-inch line. There won't be enough flow to service both, is my understanding
I
from
don't think
staff.
that's true at all.
Well, I appreciate that you don't think that's true. But I must go with
Well,
staff's
how could
recommendation
a-
on that.
If his property is now being served by 1 3/4 inch pipe or inlet, I fail to see how a 2-inch pipe wouldn't be adequate.
You know that 2-inch serves the one
Serves the
next
two
door.
triplexes, Stan.
It has nothing to
Always
do with the
serves two
3/4 inch meter. 445, 452, and 440 are served by the 3/4. The 2-inch meter goes to the triplex where the words meter location are. So the 2-inch has nothing to do with the 3 properties here.
So
I'm
I,
not quite understanding. What I'm proposing is there's a 2-inch city line running to the point at 432 West Robertson Road and 440 West Robertson, running to that point. It's right on the property line between the 2 properties. So why can't I tie into the 2-inch line there and run it over, wouldn't have to run over a 2-inch, I could run over a 1-inch line to my property. It just goes right across their property and goes right to where I want it. I don't understand why,
Because you're
How many-
crossing property lines.
How many
And-
residences on your property would that proposed line serve?
mine,
Yes.
1,
Which one?
445 West Church.
Okay. That's a triplex? Or is that a single
No,
residence?
444 West Church is the task building, the office building.
Okay. 445 is the office building.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
it has no uses.
So is it not the case that doing what you're doing, you're still running a line across another parcel to service another parcel? Isn't that the case?
No.
Yes, you can't do that.
If you,
I'm not doing that.
You just said you were.
You
I'm
say you
running-
want to serve church off of a meter on Robertson. You're crossing other properties to get there.
right, so. but
Can't
the-
do that.
But
But
I'm
there-
grandfathered in on those properties. Those are all my properties.
In the future, if you were to sell 452, then you'd be crossing somebody else's property. And that's what
No.
they're saying you can't do.
No, I wouldn't be crossing anybody's property at 452.
I think he's saying that it's our line, not his line, that's crossing the property line.
No, it's his.
No?
No,
It's his.
that's not true. So
Okay, sorry.
there,
Yeah, the meter sits at 452 in that corner there, West Robertson. So to continue, you can continue to serve 452 West Robertson there.
yeah. So there's no problem.
But you cannot continue to serve those other parcels. You know, you sell those off, they got to have their own meter. And you can't be especially going across church and serving something facing church off of a meter that's over on Robertson. So,
Now, 432, is that 2 triplexes?
yeah.
No, I think it's,
Is that what it is?
it's at the most, it's 2 duplexes. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. As far as that goes, I would be reluctant to let you tie onto the 2-inch. I'm sorry, but that's,
What'd you say?
I said I would agree with the water district staff that tying onto the 2-inch would not work. I know what you're saying also, but if you got 2 duplexes and they catch on fire, that's 4 units. You're gonna be using quite a bit of water out of there. I think the only way you can do it is what we talked about. Upon sale, put the water line in. You're not forced to do nothing right now. Nobody's saying you gotta go do it, so.
Okay, so then, as you're proposing, I can go ahead and connect up 2 more water meters at the place where I have 452 and service 445 West Church and,
No, sir.
No.
As you sell one, just put a covenant in there that you will put the other water meter in. The $1,130 price is a excellent price for the water meter as far as
Well, yeah,
today's prices go. And I don't think you're not gonna get out of this one, unfortunately.
I'm not
I
contesting the charge that the
I
water
don't-
department.
I can't really do anything different right now. I'm on your side. I tried.
So, all right, thank you, Mr. Nichols. Any additional board discussion? Okay. So the staff the committee recommended denying the variance request. Do I have a motion to deny the variance request?
I'll make a motion to deny the variance request.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. So, all right.
There gonna be a vote?
Hey, somebody needs to, short of a button?
I never had anything come up on the screen.
Nope, the screen's blank.
Ed?
Throw that thing as far as
Yeah,
you
I
can
kind of
throw.
feel kind of blank as well, so.
Sorry, Mr. Nichols. We tried. You don't have anything either.
I'll give him another minute. Someday technology will make our jobs easier. I know. All right, we're gonna do a voice vote, please.
President St. Amand,
No.
Director Cordell,
No.
Director Griffin, Director Rotora,
I'm confused. Motion was to deny
Yes.
Variance.
The variance, yes, so you're voting on the variance request. Oh, I see your confusion.
okay.
All right. So a no vote is to deny the variance? No?
No, the recommendation is to deny the
Okay,
variance.
yes vote? All right, then we'll need to start the vote over again. If it's a
Take a
yes, it's to
stand.
deny the variance, we need to start over. Sorry. Back?
Okay.
President St.
So
Amand.
yes is to deny the variance, is that right?
So yes means no.
You are excused, Vice President. Yes means no, all right. Yes.
Director Cordell,
Yes.
Director Griffin, Director Rotora,
Yes.
Vice President Boyd.
If yes means no. Okay, it still is confusing. On the screen, it says
Understood.
variance request, and underneath it says yes, no, abstain.
Yeah, but that wasn't,
So it's,
yeah.
as long as it's not part of the
Yes,
record
yes
that way.
means no. Yes
Okay.
is to deny the variance request, all right.
Okay.
It's, yeah, the motion
Thank you.
was really to
All right, so
deny.
we have motion passes 4 votes to deny the request and 1 abstention. So I'm sorry, Mr. Nichols, we're going to deny your request for variance. But thank you for your time. All right, C2,
All right.
Resolution 2202. Oh, caller.
Yeah. Let me present first, and then they'll have their chance to
All
comment.
right, hold on, callers, we're almost there.
So this is for dedication of the Oasis Shopping Center. They're off South China Lake Boulevard between Bowman and Raider Street. Construction is essentially complete. It was completed February 24th, but there were 2 items that I told committee were still outstanding that needed to be done. One was the replacement of a damaged 1-inch copper service lateral, and the second was abandonment of 4 existing services on Raider Street. It's also part of the required work. The contractor did indicated that these he was told they needed to be done. We were told they would be done, that they would start working on them last week and they'd be done by the end of this week. We did get a call today. That, by the way, that damaged service lateral was discovered back on February 3rd, and the contractor was told then that that needed to be fixed. We got a call for our inspector to go out today to take a look at the service lateral. It was not replaced. That is the original damage, the picture that you see there. As you can see, it was hit when they were putting in electric. If you want to go ahead, Lauren, you can see this is what it still looks like. They've now put it under the electric. Go ahead, one more. But it's the same service lateral that is damaged. They need a new one that needs to be sleeved. And actually, they had tried to put dirt up around where it was damaged so that we wouldn't see it. That doesn't give me a warm and fuzzy feeling. But they are working on Raider, and they have that scheduled for Wednesday to do the shutdown there so they can get those services abandoned. One other thing that also came up today, and we have pictures of that too, they discovered that they were taking water, essentially stealing water off of one of the hydrants there in the shopping center complex to do their landscape watering. So they were turned off. The 2 8-inch connections over on Bowman were shut off. The valves are off. The contractor, the main contractor there, was informed. Didn't seem really concerned about it, but the developer is definitely concerned about it because he's getting a push by Chipotle and Starbucks to get that done. So I wanted to give them an opportunity. I know he's on the phone to talk to y'all and let you know what the plans are. I know he's sending up his architect tomorrow to be sure this stuff gets completed. So I wanted him to go ahead and make his case. We can still do it on the contingency as long, and they are aware that we won't set any meters. Water will not be back on until that work is completed.
Okay. That would be a must. All right, caller, if you could state your name, please, and city of residence.
Sure, this is, excuse me, this is Bob Davidson. I represent the developer and the owner. And Renee's correct. All the things she said and Justin's photos are true. I mean, the general contractor told us, all of us, that lateral had been fixed when it hadn't, and we've got the photos to prove it. So I just have to go back and find out what's going on and get him to do the job the way he was supposed to do it. And the stealing of the water with that hose, he's responsible to make sure that the landscape contractor doesn't steal water. And, so we're going to have to get on him to do that. He had previously told us that all these requirements, except for the water, landscape water, would be done by the end of this week. So we're all confused about why he said it was done and it isn't done. And I thought our civil engineer would be on the phone now, but apparently she's not. But we'll put her in charge and make sure that he does this work that he's supposed to do. And he's an experienced contractor. I don't know why this problem popped up, but we're going to take care of it.
Okay, any public comment?
This is Melissa Snyder with Cornerstone Engineering. I am the civil engineer on the project. As Bob, mentioned, Renee made us aware of these issues. Well, the water hydrant issue today, and the contractor did state this morning that the lateral was repaired, which is why the inspector went out to the site. It, apparently was not. The developer is sending the architect out to the site tomorrow to get an overall update on the site and the progression of the work. I will also be going to the site later this week on Thursday to assist in making sure that all of the work that was supposed to be completed does get completed so that we can get the water system complete and get water meters to Chipotle and Starbucks so that they can start doing their training and getting ready for opening day.
You kind of trailed out at the end there, Melissa. We didn't catch the last part of that.
I'll be visiting the site on Thursday to make sure that all of the work is getting completed.
All right, thank you.
If it isn't completed, we won't let those guys operate. They're anxious to go because they want to sell burritos and coffee. And we certainly want them to do that, but we also intend to meet all the requirements of the water board.
Right.
So this is just a screw up, unfortunately, we've been working on this project for 15 years, and just when you think you've got everything done the way it's supposed to be done, stuff like this popped up. So I apologize for that, but we're certainly going to get it done.
All right, thank you, Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson, do you have an estimate of how long this fix is going to take?
Well, Melissa, I don't know the details of, the difficulty of replacing the lateral. We thought it was done, so I thought it was something that could be done in a day. I don't know what you think, Melissa.
Yeah, the work was supposed to be completed this morning for the lateral replacement. The abandonment won't be done. It's supposed to be done Wednesday or Thursday. The line and raider will need to be shut down so that those existing laterals can be abandoned. So there's some coordination with the district that has to occur there. I believe the problem with the contractor is that the subcontractor had left the site thinking all of the work was done, besides, with the exception of the repair of that damaged lateral, which they were already aware of. But I don't think they weren't paying attention to the plans and missed the abandonment and rear. So they demobilized, and now they're having to remobilize, which is what is causing the delay. But the work should be completed this week.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Yes, Judy Decker. First of all, it took a long time, but I'm glad that the board finally supported the staff on the previous issue. It was important that you do so. With regards to this shopping center and the huge apartment complex that is being built on Norma Street, just north of Grace Lutheran Church, I ask you, where is the water going to come from for all these new projects when we are so water short in this valley? And now I'll answer my own question. It's going to come off of the meters and the supplies of the customers you already have. That's wrong. You need to seriously explore having developers bring their water with them. It's done in other places. And we need to do it here, and we've needed to do it for a long, long time.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there any further board discussion?
I have a couple comments. If we approved it, what was that? It says
It's
green.
on.
Can you hear me okay? So if we approve this tonight, we're approving them to turn the water on, is that correct? Because I would not be good with doing that if the repairs are needed.
No.
Because that lateral we want replaced from the main line, correct? We're not gonna let them just splice that and
Right.
It's gonna be from the main to the
Right.
angle stuff.
Yeah.
So that's a full repair.
Yeah. So no, that they aren't going to get water back over there unless everything's done. Yeah.
No,
Are we doing anything for the theft? Is there any, because I know I've seen it happen a lot of times. And so is anything happening there, or is it just, hey, we caught them today and we're moving on past that, or is there any enforcement?
The water's shut off.
Yeah, we shut them off. That's
Well, I know the water shut
Or
off.
they still got the water?
No, yeah. The hydrant's not on, the hydrant's on their side, so that's not on
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah.
The
That was on
hydrant
their
that they
side.
can use on the outside has a meter on it. Yeah.
Well, so did that.
Well, they were hooked up on both ends. They had one meter and then they,
Well, I'm just curious, I mean, if that happens,
Just to be clear, the hydrant
Right.
that's on the northeast corner of China Lake and Bowman, they've been using that one. That one's fine, they can continue to use that one. The one in the picture hasn't been dedicated to the district yet, so taking water off of that, I'm using the word illegal, but it is improper to be taking water from that hydrant. And that is shut off right now. They can't get water from it.
so I guess, let's go back to my original question though. When somebody does hook on, I know it's not part of this discussion, but it did happen, so I am curious.
Right.
Is there any enforcement, or is it just?
normally we file a police report, don't we?
There are some, I believe, water codes that talk about it being a misdemeanor, and if it was, a serious event, then I don't know what exactly the process is off the top of my head, but there are some statutes that indicate that it's illegal, and there would be some penalties associated with that. I'm not sure what the process would be or the penalties, but there is something out there.
And then if there are multiple violations, we take that construction meter away.
Okay.
So, if we accept accept this tonight, what does that entitle, and does that leave them off the hook? Technically, I mean, I know they're gonna have a signed agreement, but we wanna make sure that service gets fixed, because we don't wanna be digging it up and fixing it.
I would recommend that you accept it with the contingency that those items are repaired before any meters are set.
Much as is written in
They will
the
not get
agenda.
water. They
Yeah.
will not get water until
Until
those
those are done.
items are addressed.
Correct.
Okay.
Contingencies would be
Yeah, I
subject
support
to.
that too.
Yeah.
We're not, excited that this happened. We're sort of disappointed.
Understood.
So we certainly would go along with that.
All right, thank
Okay,
you. So
perfect.
for the record, Renee, could you please state now that you're having a drink, my timing is excellent. If you could state, please, what the contingencies are?
Yeah, the contingencies are the repair of the damaged 1-inch service lateral and the abandonment of the 4 existing services on Raider.
Okay.
Then I would make a motion that we accept it with those contingencies.
I'll second it.
Subject to the general manager's
Subject to general manager's
acceptance.
approval of acceptance, yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're going to try the electronic vote.
It's a resolution.
It's a
so I'll
resolution?
roll call.
Voice vote? All right.
President St. Amand,
Yes.
Director Cordell,
Yes.
Director Griffin,
Yes.
Director Rutora,
Yes.
Vice President Boyd.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes unanimously. Let us move to item D. Thank you for your time, Mr. Davidson, and
Well,
Melissa of
thank you
Cornerstone
for taking the
Engineering.
time. I apologize for this mess.
That's all right. The motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, have a great night.
You too.
7D, Administration Executive Committee, Kern Local Agency Formation, LAFCO nominations for special district seat. Let's see, who chaired that meeting?
So I guess that's up to me.
All right, Vice President.
I took action when I called in remotely to the last district meeting to follow up on this. Mr. Worth gave me contact information. 2 gentlemen in Bakersfield, which I didn't bring their names. I had a discussion with them last week and had them send over a pamphlet or a brochure, 600 pages of information.
That's quite a pamphlet.
Most of it CEQA stuff, because that's one of their main things that they have to balance, annexations and other actions that LAFCO takes. Fortunately, the LAFCO commission brief was only about 20 pages, so I was able to go through that. In the discussion, it became pretty clear that the level of effort required is pretty minimal. There's 10 meetings a year. They do them remotely, although they prefer to meet at the supervisor's quarters in Truxton Avenue. But they have, under COVID, been working remote as well. But the work that's associated with analyzing these annexation requests and et cetera are not as simple. There's a fair amount of off-duty work that would be required before those meetings. Jim had pointed out that there could be conflicts. I know the city of Ridgecrest is currently pursuing an annexation. I don't fully understand what the extent of it is, but that would be reviewed by LAFCO. It's not a water district annexation request, but if we did have something, I'd have to refrain from participating or voting. I came to the conclusion that the level of effort is probably more than I'm willing, and I'm not sure I could nominate anybody else than the directors to participate in it.
Okay.
It's a worthy cause. Somebody's got to do it. I'm just not sure it makes sense for us to do it.
Okay, all right, thank you for that report. Are there any directors interested in being nominated for the LAFCO position?
No.
Stan, no? Okay, all right, so
Who am I going to send the secret brief to?
get a rock, paper, scissors. I don't, so I don't, if we're not going to nominate anybody or no one wants to step forward, I don't think we need to act on this one.
For your research.
Yeah, I very much appreciate that.
Well, I was curious, I didn't want to just walk away from it. There could have been something of value to us there, but
Understood.
it wasn't real obvious to me.
Right.
All in that 600 pages is what.
Probably.
It's in there, yeah. All right, thank you very much. 7E, installation of flow reducers. Don.
Okay, in your package, you have a staff report and you have two policies. As far as background, in 2020, facing impacts from COVID shutdowns, the governor implemented a moratorium on water shutoffs. This led to an increasing number of delinquent accounts with no way for the district to enforce payment. As the delinquent amounts increased, staff considered options to reduce the delinquent accounts. One option explored by the staff was to encourage payment of bills. Was to implement a water restrictor policy that would allow limited water to customers who were delinquent. At the January board meeting, the board directed staff to develop two policies for review, one for implementation for everyday use and one in the event that the governor issues another moratorium such as the one we just experienced late last year. So policy, current practice, the current sales and service policy manual outlines the procedure for water termination due to non-payment, including all noticing requirements, the payment arrangement options, and reestablishment of service requirements. The proposed flow restrictor policy would add the extra step of an additional 30 days of flow restriction prior to the termination of service. The proposed moratorium flow restrictor policy would replace the shutoff procedure with flow restrictors only when a prohibition of service termination exists. Implementation of any flow restrictor policy would have the following impacts. Increase in district labor time of flow restrictor installation and removal versus just shutting off and turning on. The current process of shutting off involves staff turning a valve and installing a lock. This takes about 30 seconds. The installation of a full flow restrictor involves full removal of the meter, installation of the flow reducing washer, and reinstallation of the meter, and this can take up to 20 to 30 minutes. There's potential customer line damage due to removing and reinstalling the meter. Anytime you remove and or install a meter, there's a chance of customer line damage. Many of these lines are old PVC piping and such and are prone to damage. As far as safety, the increase in labor creates a greater period of time at each location for possible altercations with customers due to the nature of the circumstances. So options, that no policy is approved. Second option would be to approve the flow reducer policy only. Third option, approve the moratorium flow reducer policy only. And the fourth option is to approve both flow reducer policies. As far as fiscal impact, there is a cost for the purchase of the flow reducing devices and of course the increased staff time to remove and reinstall the meters. So after exploring all the impacts versus the benefits of the flow meter policy, the staff is recommending only approval of the moratorium flow reducer policy to use when shutoffs are prohibited. And again, you have copies of both of those policies. The first one is the routine flow restrictor use. The second is a red line. of the policy that would apply for the moratorium to show you the differences. And the major difference, if you look at the red line, is the section, the termination of service section has basically been completely deleted because we can't terminate service, obviously, during a moratorium. So,
All right.
with that,
So is the moratorium still on?
no, the moratorium ended December 31st.
Now, is there, you can't put one on the, other side, our side, on the lateral,
You still have to,
on the angle meter stop?
you'd have to bend the angle stop to get it in.
Yeah.
You'd have to pull it all.
Yeah, you're not gonna bend it, that's right.
So the moratorium has been lifted, and we're seeing a number of customers now coming in to pay their bills. I know we're going to be reporting on this later, but the lifting of the moratorium seems to have solved some of the delinquency problems. Is that
Sure,
right?
and we've kind of gone through the first round for all the billing cycles, and the numbers were quite high. We've done a few of the second round, and the numbers are substantially lower. What we're actually finding is 75 to 80% of these accounts that were delinquent were people who had moved and never turned off their, or let us know that they were no longer responsible for those bills. And so it just,
What percentage was
it was 75 to
of the
80%.
delinquent accounts for people that moved?
Yep.
All right, so that really almost, okay, that is unusual. Well, it would have been nice if they'd let us know.
Well, it'd be nice for them too. They wouldn't have this big bill sitting there.
Good Lord, all right. So 75, so the idea of having a flow restrictor available to us as an option during a moratorium was based on the large number of delinquent accounts. And it sounds like they weren't really delinquent, they were just negligent.
Right, and if someone had moved in after this other individual left, they're using their water, but maybe even with the flow reducer, then they'd go, hey, maybe I should go put the water in my name.
Yep, okay. So is there any comment from the public on this topic? Oh, here we go, there's somebody. Please state your name, sir, and city of residence.
Hello, Mike Senat. Based on what I just heard, I would have a discussion in committee about that. And anytime somebody's bill goes delinquent under a circumstance like this again, I think it's probably a good idea to go out and do a occupancy check. And because if somebody's line breaks and they're gone, you know how fast that can add up. So, anyway.
All right, thank you, Mr. Senate, appreciate that. All right, any directors' comments or questions?
I have a couple. I am still in the opinion that I think it's loud now, that we should not put in a flow reducer.
Under any circumstance?
Under any circumstances. I think that when a new house is built with the new regulations, you have to have a flow test in order to get a final by the fire marshal. And that requires so much water to go through that meter for the sprinklers to work. And if there was an issue in a house that was built and the sprinklers did not function properly because there was a flow reducer, I think we'd be in a better situation to have turned the water off for non-payment than reduced the water and then not created the issue of their sprinkler system not working because there wasn't enough flow to meet the demand. So that's one of the reasons that I would be against doing it. So it would be my motion would be, if I could make a motion now.
Let's continue with discussion, make sure everybody's had a chance to say something before we make a motion.
Okay.
All right, Stan, anything?
I've gone back and forth 3 or 4 times now. I thought we had heard from our legal that we would be protected if we put a flow restrictor in. So therefore, I think I believe Jim then, and I'm not sure I've changed my mind. Although under the circumstances that we are under a moratorium, my feeling is I have less resolve to actually put a restrictor in, because if the people really need the water and they can't pay the bill, then I think We need to find out why they can't pay the bill. I don't know. I want to hear I want to hear what everybody else has to say, quite frankly.
Okay, thank you, Stan. All right. Director Cordell.
Well, we've discussed this a couple times, and Chuck's been on the opinion of what he has tonight, and I tend to agree with that. I would rather see the water shut off rather than restrict the water. That's my opinion also.
Okay.
Give them a chance to bring it up and pay it, or make arrangements with the office.
But we can't shut it off under a moratorium.
We're not under a moratorium anymore.
Well, now, but that's not.
No, I understand that.
We've got two options before us with the staff recommending that we put the restrictors in only when there's a moratorium, right?
Yes.
So there's three options. Leave things the way they are, allow flow restrictors whether there's a moratorium or not, and then only allow flow restrictors if there's a moratorium in place. Those were the three options, if I remember correctly, that we were
There are
providing.
actually 4 options.
No, what's the fourth one?
Well, you don't approve any, you approve just the routine flow restrictor policy, you approve just the moratorium, or you approve both.
Okay, all right.
That'd be
Anything
under
else,
the
Director
assumption
Cordell?
to not approve or do anything with it at this particular point in time.
All right, thank you for your comments. Vice President.
Well, the issue is sufficiently muddy.
Yes, it is.
And I have to recall what I said before, and I may be saying or contradicts what I've said before, but I take Director Griffin's concerns at heart. That is a real issue, and all new houses have to put in those fire extinguishers, right? Or sprinkler systems. So perhaps there's a way that we can notify the owner when we put in a restrictor that this may invalidate their sprinkler system, so that they are consciously aware of their actions are causing the liability and not the water district's actions. I guess I'd have to turn to council for suggestions there, but lacking that, I'm not too sure I see a way to get around that.
Okay, are there any other board comments?
I have one more question now for Ty, I guess. If what is the amount that has been collected so far, the delinquent, because you said 80%, so I'm curious if the high-end users that were behind, those couldn't have been people that left, right? I mean,
Well, for the most part, those were the ones that left, were the higher balance accounts. Yeah.
Those were over $1,000, as I recall you briefing us before.
Yeah.
What do we have on account right now?
I haven't done the numbers since we started locking off as far as what the outstanding balance is.
Are you saying that somebody left without turning their water off, somebody moved in and started using a lot of water?
So it's one of two. They left, no one moved in. Well, yeah, there would be no water use, but yeah, the second option with the higher bills is typically someone moved in afterwards and never put the water in their name.
so would that not go back retro to the day they moved in?
No, it's on the previous account holder.
Oops, okay.
Somehow I don't think we're going to collect that.
I don't either.
Well, that's a different,
We send to
different
collections
issue.
and see if we
different
get
issue.
something.
All right, is there any more discussion? Then is somebody wanting to make a motion?
Actually, the way it would work is if you were going to approve one of the policies, we need to do it by way of an ordinance, which
Okay.
has posting requirements.
All right.
So really, if you're truly thinking about that, then you would give the staff direction, and we'd go ahead and start that process and put the board in position to adopt. You need to let us know which one you're going to adopt, so we know what to notice. If I may just make a comment on Director Griffin's, Chuck brings up a very good point. He brought it up last time. I never gave a definitive answer. I said I'd look. But the point being is that, the argument would be that it's less severe to just restrict somebody's flow than to cut it off together. I understand what Chuck is saying with respect to interfering with potential sprinkler systems. I did do some preliminary research. I didn't have time to go and do a big one, but generally, it appears that these, the flow restrictors are used more often for water hogs, more as a conservation device. But they are also used for other purposes, including, non-payment of fees. But there's not a lot out there. So, there's no case that I ran into that came into to Chuck's scenario. But I do believe it's legitimate, and I could have my associate do. He has more time, do a little bit more work, and give you a better answer. In 30 days, if you guys are going to consider adopting one or both of the policies. That's all.
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion that we do nothing and end it here and quit wasting money and spending time on it.
I think Jim's got enough work to do without having to research this, quite frankly. So
I do.
I would go along with Mr. Griffin.
Right? Gentlemen, what is your opinion?
The same,
Right?
not do nothing.
I'd like to hear from staff.
About?
Are there other opinions from, no?
All right, staff right now, understood. All right, I don't think a motion is necessary, just a board direction that.
If we're not doing anything.
Right. the
Board direction to do nothing.
Drop it.
Well, you're good at that.
Wow.
You solved that one, Jim.
Yeah, no, thank you. Well, then just, you can cease work on this effort. Thank you.
There's a little bit of truth in every joke. I know that.
All right, moving on quickly. 7F, Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority, Director Rotora.
Oh, I thought we'd never get here. Let me see, the next GA meeting will be April 13th, and the last one was March 9th. From our last meeting, I indicated that there would be no further GSA grant funding for planning, either for pumping optimization or data gaps. And I had recommended that if we want to have a grant for pumping optimization, we need to probably go off on our own. And I thought I had suggested that we make that an agenda item. My feeling is still that we look into a grant for doing that pumping optimization. So I would like to see it on the next agenda. We actually did accomplish something at our last meeting. That was the approval of the shallow well mitigation policy. That's a real milestone. We've been working on it for, God, it seems like forever, but it's probably only been a year or two. And this could actually be a real help to people in need. So I think it's important, and I think a big shout should be going out to the PAC. That helped significantly in getting that through. Financial activity, there was still no FY 2020 audit. It's been 15 months. But our general manager did say that the auditor now has all of the data he's requested. And so the auditor is now the holdup, which is not what we've been hearing before. So maybe we'll get an audit any day now. In terms of project activities, the 2021 annual report is due to DWR on April 1st. As far as I'm concerned, the biggest issue there is there was no groundwater and storage update contained in the report, and that is required by DWR. The reason for that is only 64% of the wells, the depth to water measurements were done, and this was attributed to COVID. And that's the second year in a row now that COVID has been used as an excuse. The first year, I think quite frankly, it probably was. I'm not quite so eager to believe the second year, but nonetheless, we didn't get the measurements, and so we do not have a groundwater and storage update. Now, this does create, in my mind, a major issue regarding groundwater and storage, because there is other recent data that shows the overdraft to be a fraction of what is stated to be in the GSP. So at this point in time, we're kicking the can down the road again, and I think Stetson is claiming that we have to kick it down to the next year. Another issue, as far as I'm concerned, is that the annual report was not available for the board to review for the March 9th meeting. This is the third year in a row that the board did not approve or discuss the report before releasing to DWR. The board did receive a draft copy of the 2021 report for review. And by the way, we did get some good input from both Tim Parker and Dave Shriven from Krieger and Stewart, and that was quite valuable. As a matter of fact, Stetson received 3 sets of comments, one being ours, the Water District, one being from Don Decker. And Judy, if you would forward to Don our appreciation. And then the last set was mine. Stetson will update the draft in order to obtain a final based on the comments, but we don't know what that's going to be. And the next board meeting will be after the release of the report. I believe we need to have a more formal process for the development and the release of the annual report. It should be noted that the 2020 annual report actually gave a change in water storage when it was released to DWR. However, when Stetson went and reviewed the 2020 report comments that came in after its release, they decided that probably those numbers were invalid. And so they decided we're not going to use that number coming from that report. I personally think we should push to get these annual reports a approval from the board before they're released. That's my personal opinion, and I would like to get this board's feeling before I go and make a big deal out of it to the GA. But my personal feeling is that the quality of the report is going to suffer until it becomes a report that has to be approved by the board. So when we're done here, I'd like to, anybody who has a feeling for that or some type of an opinion, I'd like to personally hear it so I can follow up on it. On to something else, the Stetson continues working on their wastewater recycling effort. And also, there's nothing new to report on that digital model transfer. It's supposed to be being transferred from DRI and the Navy to the GA. And that's going to be required for updating the next GSP release. So with that, that concludes my report, and I'll be glad to answer any questions, although I would like to hear the board's opinion on do we need to push for these annual reports being a board document rather than a staff document and require board approval before they're released.
So what I'd like to do is entertain questions about your report from the staff, from the board, and from the public, and then we'll have that discussion. Okay, all right. Does the board, any questions for Director Rotora?
I tend to agree with Stan about getting the reports. They've never been quickly about doing anything that we've asked, but yes, I would agree with Stan to get the reports. And also, does DWR care about anything as far as what the GA goes and does, or anything financially, or I'm just curious.
I don't think they look at the finances. I was real surprised that they did.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly,
Sorry. Clearly, Stetson understands and acknowledges the fact that the change in groundwater storage is a required element of the annual report, but if you don't have the data to calculate it, you can't calculate it. So, the thing that kind of bothers me is we knew a year ago, last March, that we were not getting the measurements the way we needed to get it. Stetson did not tell the board that they were not getting the data until probably a month, maybe as much as 2 months ago, but it didn't matter. By that time, the data is lost. If you don't take it at the right time, there's no way you're ever going to get it. So that in my mind is bothersome. I think on a positive note is it appears that they do have a plan in place to get all the wells read this year correctly. And they've promised to do that, and all we can do is wait and see.
Okay.
I'll report out next month whether they do it.
Okay. All right.
So I totally agree that the document ought to at least have a stamp of approval by the board. To do that, of course, you're going to have to get them to accelerate when they start preparing the report. So there'll be an extra bit of time to actually do that review. It seems to me that the only data point that they don't have in preparation of the annual report, the 22 annual report, will be the data that they collect. Is it October when they make the fall measurements?
Well, yes, although the water and storage measurements are made off of the March measurements. And so, and the water year ends at the end of September. So all of the data they're going to have, they have by the end of September.
Okay, so you
So
could,
they, between September, October 1st and April 1st, they've got 6 months to do the report.
Right.
It's not like they couldn't initiate the reporting period or the documentation a month or two ahead of time,
Yeah,
before they are now, I mean.
yeah, I understand. This year, you and others were able to get them to get the data to us earlier for a real review, so the TAC could review it. You were able to review it. I saw your comments. Thank you for doing that. I reviewed it, and agreed with all your comments. That was good, but it sounds like we need to push them to start that process even earlier. And do you have a feel for when we would need to recommend that they start that process so that we would have a full 30 days for the board to be able to review? And
Actually, I think the important thing is to push to get a schedule for, I mean, there were 19 deficiencies in the GSP. There were a number of deficiencies that came out of the 2020 annual report. And then there's this, and what we need is a overall schedule that all these things are on so that they get it done on time. I don't want to be the one to tell them when they have to start any particular report, but I think if they, topic, if they put a schedule together, the TAC can review it and provide insight and help, as well as the PAC do the same thing. So I don't really want to suggest a time. I would just like it done in order that the board review the final as opposed to the draft, and that the board have an up-down vote on whether or not it's the right thing to send to DWR.
thank you.
Director Griffin.
I just have a few comments. I also agree with the annual report. I would like to see a schedule of values go back in, or not a poem because they didn't like those words, but the schedule of values or something where everything was laid out so we knew where we were at throughout the year. I'm glad to hear that the shallow well mitigation went through. I have concerns about that, and I've asked repeatedly. Can you check and see if that money is going to a separate account and how much is in that account? And I've asked that several times.
I
Because
believe it
there's
is.
some people out there that,
Jim, is there, or either one, is there any doubt in either one of your minds
I believe the general manager actually during one of the GA meetings indicated that it was in a separate account.
yeah. Well, you can see in their budgeting, or their financial statement that there is. I have no reason to doubt that they're doing it correctly.
Yeah, when we send in our payment each month in the cover letter that I send with the payment, we identify how much of that total is to be deposited in the shallow well mitigation. And typically, it's been $1,600, $1,700 a month, something like that.
Okay, any follow-on questions from the board? All right, public comments or questions, please.
Judy Decker again, a member of PAC. And thank you, Stan, for the compliment. I would like to point out to you that the PAC was charged with improving, making comments on their communication plan that they chose not to use. And I was on the subcommittee that did that. And one of the things that we put very strongly into that document was that a poem or something, they don't want to call it a poem, call it something else, but that a schedule be developed and followed. I want to say something about the annual plan, and while he's not here, I'm going to speak for my husband a bit. He stated at the Groundwater Authority meeting that he had never written such a negative document as the one he submitted to Stetson Engineers over the 2021 annual report. They are using data that has such gaps in it in certain places as far as the wells that are measured for both water depth and water quality, that it presents a skewed result. And if one read the beginning of the annual plan casually, you would say to yourself, I don't see where we really have a problem, when in fact we have a severe problem. Don found one mistake after another, and he's pointed them out to Stetson. He's pointed them out to them before. It is unclear where they are getting their directions. And I wish you luck, Stan, in getting the board to, not this board, but the GA board, to respond to you about approving or disapproving the annual plan. The current board that sits as a GA board, except for Mr. Vitora, rubber stamps or doesn't rubber stamp everything unanimously. It is truly unfortunate. There is no discussion except for Stan. And the last meeting, I believe, there were 6 of us, members of the public, except one of them was John, and he's not really a member of the public. So, thank you.
I'm speaking to all the persons here, and Ron Kosensky. Stan, I appreciate it. I think that Judy's absolutely right. I think that when it comes to that board, the only party up there who has a true interest in that data is the water district. And those data gaps are sufficiently large that I don't see how they can proceed making any kind of decisions on water purchases, how much we need, what recharge, what the level of, the volume is available. And I know you're going to keep pushing for it, and you need to, but everything that they're doing subsequently is based on those numbers. So what's the use of putting out reports when you don't have the numbers or you don't have accurate numbers? So Judy and Don and of course Stan, you're correct, and I wish you luck. I support wholeheartedly that that report needs to come out to be looked at by the board at least for an up-down vote. But again, I can tell you that there's only one person or one representative on the board that's going to look at those kind of numbers as it affects, you call it engineering data, and that's the Water District. So good luck with that, because it's mostly going to be a rubber stamp. And I don't know how you're going to do it, but I think that the board deserves the transparency needed. Just the board needs the transparency before the report could be approved or sent in. You know, and obviously there's a transparency to the public, but if the board doesn't see it, and I'm also worried about the comments. Again, Judy said, many times comments go in, and they sort of float around somewhere. You don't know if they've been addressed, you don't know they're in the report until that report is out and submitted, and most of the time you'll find out many of them aren't addressed, and I wonder about that. So it's almost like eventually down the road, the board ought to look at an independent engineering firm to provide those numbers and put that data together. For some reason, I get the feeling with Stetson doing it all, it's like having the fox in the hen house, and that worries me a lot. And I think it behooves that down the road that independently those things are surveyed. Because again, anything that happens down the road with replenishment or purchasing of water or whatever going on is all going to be dependent on that. And you said it yourself, and I saw some of the earlier data that some of the, I guess you can call it recharge requirements might be different. Some of the overdraft may be different. In fact, some of the early reports that I looked at, and I think you provided me with those as well, that the overdraft wasn't quite as extreme in some of the years that we'd expect to see it. So I always wonders, you know, I'm not saying it's not there, but why is it so low one year, medium next year? I've never seen it up to I think they're basing everything on 28,000 or something. I haven't seen it there yet. But of course, we don't have the data. So good luck with it, Stan. I hope you get it. I think you need to push that board that you can't proceed with a whole lot of projects and purchasing of water until you know, because we don't know where we are, is what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaczynski.
Two more things to say, actually. I don't know if Don's report has been posted yet. It wasn't earlier. I haven't looked. It's supposed to be posted because he sent it in as a TAC member. There are only, I believe, 3 active TAC members: Tim Parker, Don Decker, and Eddie Teasdale, where before there were at least 10 or so. And the other thing I wanted to point out to this board was if you look at the finances for the GA board, they are taking replenishment money and using it for other things. They're really stretching it to call it using a replenishment fee. You look at their budget.
All right, thank you. Ms. Decker.
Hello, everybody. Mike Sonot. I'm not sure where to start. Yeah, there's no incentive for anybody at the Groundwater Authority to give us the information we need. They've set their course. Their plans aren't working out the way they thought they would. They're financially, if this were a business, this is an insolvent, bankrupt startup, failure to launch. They had the Navy holding their hand for 5 years. You've got a board that is basically politicians and a staff that's hired consultants. So it's really a flawed organization to begin with, but we will try. I went to the meeting on Wednesday and I made a proposal that I've been, as you know, stirring around for some time. Actually, I made 2. My prior first career was as a real estate expert, and I did 1031 exchanges Some pretty interesting background in real estate. I used to be listed in Who's Who in creative real estate. Had my own company. It's really not a big deal to solve the farmer issue. There's plenty of tradable land over on the other side of the mountains. And so I made a little proposal that the Groundwater Authority, with Kern County's support, find some property over on the other side of the mountain that might be suitable for trade for some of the pistachio farmers. And that they use the Navy's Encroachment Management Division to assist in that process as far as funding and so forth. I think that's the purpose that the Encroachment Management Division was created in the first place. They did the same thing by buying the land up off the takeoff area between Inyo Kern Road and going south. They bought all that land to clear for the safety issues. So anyway, that's one, and I kind of think that would be favorably received by the farmers. I think they'd just as soon be on the other side of the mountain. That would take down the consumption level substantially, give the Navy the rights to the water. I don't know if it's feasible, but it's worth a try. The other thing that I'd like to talk about is COSO geothermal. I know that you're assessing the quality of the wastewater, secondary treatment, tertiary treatment. I know you need a place to put the water, and I see no reason why it can't be treated and then sent straight to COSO geothermal for deep well injection in return for some of the water that's coming out of the 9-mile pipe from Rose Valley. I don't want to get into the weeds of how that would be done, but purely from a physical standpoint, I know you're building a pipeline. Brown Road, is it? Are you extending some kind of infrastructure on Brown Road? Okay, well, anyway, I would ask that maybe you consider looking at the feasibility of a two-way pipeline, or either a loop or a straight two-way from the treatment facility to COSO, one direction taking the treated wastewater, the other direction bringing the fresh water back. We'll get some information and we'll get some cooperation, I would think. And the last kicker here is that through legislative help from Congressman McCarthy, now the Navy gets $15 million a year in royalties from COSO geothermal. It's split half and half. Half of it goes to Washington. Half of it, as far as I understand, is under the budget authority of the base commander for water, specifically for water and energy security. And I suspect that to me, this COSO geothermal is probably the most valuable asset on the high Mojave Desert. The airfield may be a little bit more, maybe the labs are worth a little bit more, but single asset value on this is COSO geothermal. They just financed the energy contracts, $325 million, I think. I'm not quite sure what the details of that are, but this is an ongoing business operation. It's really not a Navy operation. It used to be. That's part of the plan that they had, was they built it. It's all privately managed, privately financed. They have plans for growth. They're going to be digging lots of wells, looking for more water or more injection or more steam. So I think technically, feasibly, this potentially could be a really good relationship for the city, the Navy. Because of geothermal, they need fluid. They wouldn't have put that pump in on Rose Valley if they didn't need fluid. So anyway, I would ask that you maybe make a decision as a board to say, yeah, we like this. Let's do a little feasibility white paper. And then Mike will go around and sell it to everybody if it's good and feasible.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Sinnott. Let's see. Do we have anyone online who would like to address the board?
Yes, you do.
Go ahead, caller. State your name, please, and city of your residence.
Yeah, this is Mike Neal. First, I want to start off by couldn't unfortunately get there physically tonight, so I'm going to submit my payment for the GA fee only tomorrow to the water district in their Dropbox. Just let this board know that as far as the GA fee, I'm going to continue to pay that separately and state that I'm paying it in high protest. I thoroughly resent paying this fee, and especially as things go on, which I'm going to talk about here just in a second. I personally think, and I've heard, I believe, mention of this possibility made that the fee needs to be stopped being paid to the GA until they get their act together. Now, let me point out to you one well-known and oft-mentioned avenue where they do not have their act together, and it was attempted to be passed off by Mr. Stetson his last meeting at the GA, but he made invalid comments. And what I'm referring to is the 2020 annual water year report. I'm looking at table 5.2 in that report, and there's estimated groundwater storage change numbers using the Thiessen Polygon method, which I've looked at, and I'm not an expert, obviously, but the method seems to me like it's a sound approach to getting probably the nearest direct measurement of groundwater storage change estimation that you can get. Now, they took all the various areas which comprise the IWV main basin. They added in the El Paso sub area, and I'll just quote the numbers here to you briefly. Water years 2016, there was actually an addition of almost 1,400 acre feet. Water years 2017, there was a drop in the capacity of about 1,500 acre feet. Water year 2018, all of a sudden you get a drop in water capacity of almost 22,000 acre feet, and I'll talk about that in a second. 2019, which was noted as a wet year, there was a drop in capacity of only 133 acre feet, and then 2020, dropping in storage capacity of 16,500 acre feet. Now, from an engineering perspective, which I know three of you formerly have been or are still active in the engineering field, and the other two of you, I've heard enough up to know that you get it here. So I don't need to school anybody on this, but when you have 5 years of data, and 2 of those years have like a magnitude of almost 10 times what the other years are, obviously you either got a big problem in the other 3 out of the 5 years, or you got a big problem in big assumptions being made in the calculation of the 2 large drop in water storage numbers that you come up with. When you take those and you average them over the 5 years, which isn't a bad approach at all, but seeing if you've got 2 serious anomalies, you need to go back and look at those numbers seriously. I mean, the data should all be there, still be there. I suspect that most of this calculation is done with computer programs, probably doesn't take lots and lots of man hours. And the GA should have, if they were doing their job properly, said, oh, wait a minute, let's look at these numbers, because we were saying since, the dawn of time, since the creation of the GA, that we're dropping 24,000 acre feet a year. And now we've got years here where we did a calculation based on water well measurements, and we got 3 years where it's way, way different from that. Of course, as has been talked about extensively, they just let it slide by that the measurements were not getting done for the last 2 years. It should have been insisted on But nonetheless, when you have the huge discrepancy between what Mr. Stetson tried to pass off as, well, you know, recharge and groundwater storage change are separate things. Well, I don't buy that whatsoever. I can only see that in one particular possible way, and that's that they're almost exactly the same thing. And when they try to rely on their years-old calculation estimate of the recharge or / discharge out of the basin, and say, well, we know exactly what that number is, but then look at numbers taken from the thesis polygon estimation method, and just, well, we know those are just way huge different, but that we don't care. There couldn't be any correlation. That's in the engineering world. That is just unacceptable, totally unacceptable. And if they really wanted to tie it down, they would reconcile the calculation done by those methods. But obviously, politically, the recharge, the discharge out of the basin number was settled on, taken out of the Tile report years ago, and that was taken as the gospel truth. Well, my position is that the district should be highly insistent that is not taken as the gospel truth, that we need to try to avoid bankrupting many people in this valley with this $150, $300 million pipeline that's also going to cost $10 to $20 million supposedly to operate and maintain. When you talk about that, you're talking about adding an agency the size of the water district just for operation and maintenance of this pipeline. So whatever most people pay to the water district, they could just double that, add that to it, plus who knows what kind of huge bond they're going to be saddled with to pay for the fixed cost of the pipeline. So when you have huge discrepancies and changes, estimations and change of the groundwater storage, that needs to be reconciled before one step further gets taken toward funding a $150 to $300 million water importation pipeline. And I don't know how this could be pushed, but we got the adjudication lawsuit coming up, and I certainly hope that those huge discrepancies are going to be part of that lawsuit, along with the proposed injunction to stop the fee until we get this all straightened out, because it is a big discrepancy, and we should not be saddled with the cost of this thing until we know for sure what we're doing. I think that's it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Neal. Are there any other people on the telephone who would like to address the board? Right? Any final comments from our board or from the public? All right. Very good. Thank you. Let's move on to 7G, please. Comprehensive adjudication. Report and discussion regarding the status. Mr. Worth.
Yes, so this is a new item that was requested to be put on the agenda, and so it's intended to provide a brief update of what may have occurred with respect to the adjudication recently or in the past 30 days. So a couple things have happened recently. We've tried to get it out, but the court did in fact grant the district's motion to waive the $1,000, I'll call it the appearance fee, the $1,000 fee that people were required to file the Form Answer. That has been waived up through April 29th of 2022. We have no idea what the significance of the April 29th date is, honestly, but that's what it is. I'll get a little bit more, but there's a case management conference tomorrow, and we intend to raise the issue about the waiver and see if maybe we're able to get a further continuance of that waiver up through the time when we think most of the de minimis will have answered within the 60 days after their time has served. So that's all I've got on the waiver of the appearance fee. There's about 1,500 mailers that are still waiting to go out from the 22,000. I don't know why it's taking so long. I haven't specifically, but what we've been advised that the final 1,500 mailers should go out by the end of the month, which means that it will start your 60-day time to file an answer by the last property owners will be the end of May approximately, and we're hoping to get a waiver through that. There's been a significant number of, envelopes that have been returned, bad address or whatever reason that is. We're going to continue with the process of initially serving everybody through the through the mailer like we're required, and then we're going to have to work on a plan on how to serve those that may not have received it or some other issues. And once we determine a plan, I suspect that we take it in front of the judge to make sure that the judge was okay with the further service in that manner before we undertook any additional efforts. And then the last thing that I'll say about the adjudication, as I indicated, there's a case management conference scheduled for tomorrow at 10 a.m. Basically, a case management conference is the parties' opportunity to provide the court with the status, and that may have an impact on future scheduling, stuff like that. There's really no major decisions that the judge has to make at a case management conference statement, and generally they don't. That said, the three major points that I think that we would discuss from the districts is, one, the potential extension of the waiver. Two, I'm not sure it's going to, we received notice today, so it's public, that the GA is going to petition the court to become a party in the adjudication. That's not surprising. I don't have the statute in front of me, but as the GSA, they certainly have the right to join the lawsuit, and I suspect it'll be granted. And then the last topic that we're going to explore with the court is to somehow put a 180-day pause on de minimis required participation in the litigation. And so we're just trying to get some additional time to get things going, work with the parties. And so if the way we're thinking is that once a de minimis filed the form answer, they wouldn't have to do anything for 6 months and potentially longer until things start moving along. The GA, and there's still, motions that are going forward. So we'll see how the court receives that. The last thing I'll say, and it's not necessarily about an issue, but there's been a couple of the Groundwater Authority filed demurs against Searles and Mojave Pistachios, their first amended petitions. That's not the point. The point is that the hearings were on February 4th and February 11th, and it's been a number of months, and there's been a number of court appearances where the judge that has been assigned to this case has not been available. So for the hearings on the demur, they offered up a research attorney, and Jim Markman said, no, I'm going to wait for a judge to hear that. So that's something that we're having to deal with, and it's very possible that we'll have a research attorney tomorrow. But since there won't be any major decisions or decisions made, we will still go through the exercise of updating the court on the status. And that's pretty much all I've got on the adjudication.
Thank you for your report, Mr. Worth. Do any board members have any questions for Jim?
I do. Jim, as far as the pause for the de minimis, I received a phone call today from a gentleman that received a stack, he told me, when he got home, and wanted to know if he needed to file on every property. It was going to be very expensive for his attorney to write something up with each property. So I told him that I would ask the question tonight and find out where we were at.
If he's a single owner and he owns multiple parcels, he would not have to file a separate answer for every parcel. He would file his information and then list out the APNs.
Okay, so he could list, I think he had 40 something, so he could list them all.
For example, the city owns a number of parcels of land overlying the basin, parks and whatever. They filed one answer. They didn't file 20.
Okay.
Just one. So tell them to get it on file. There's no fee through April.
Okay.
And anyone else? Are there any questions from the public?
On behalf of the de minimis well owners, I thank you for asking for this 180-day pause. And I do want to tell the board that people who have filed who are de minimis well owners have had great difficulty filing. Some people have had their forms returned because their name wasn't on the list. They were not they're one of the John Does or whatever you call them. And other people had difficulty getting through to some of the consulting firms that you had listed on your paperwork. This all has been reported to Mr. Everett's firm, but I wanted to let you know too, because some of the people technically filed late because they filed when they thought their deadline was near, and then they get this stuff returned to them. So, and the other question that we have been asked is people who live within the boundaries of the water district and are served by the water district, are they supposed to file individually also?
If you're strictly a water district customer, then you don't need to establish a water right because you're only going to receive water from the district. I'm not your attorney, but I don't know why you would have to file an answer because the water district is out there protecting the water supply that it provides to its customers.
Okay, thank you.
And then Judy, I'd also say, and they might be aware, but I would direct any questions that that anybody might have to the Basin Adjudication website. Specifically, there's a 2-page handout that talks about how to file an answer, and then they've got the completed. I would probably struggle with it too, knowing my IT acumen, but it's out there.
We have referred people to that website, and Don has spent extensive time on the phone talking to people and emailing people, and he tells each and every one of them to go to that website and push on the adjudication button. And now I have another question. Chuck Griffin has grandchildren. Are his grandchildren going to be alive when this is settled?
How old are they?
They're young, so they better be real young.
That's it.
All right. Next speaker, yep, you want to take the call? Go ahead, telephone call, speaker. Please state your name and residence.
Yes, Mike Neal, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As far as the adjudication itself goes, I don't know exactly what the plan is. They probably can't line it out in great detail yet at this point. What I would strongly request is that as the thing proceeds in its way, and hopefully it can be done without taking years and years, is that we get a water master board put in place to replace this current GA. Most of you, along with myself, are well aware of the vast number of complaints about people with value. Basically say these guys are not listening to us. They're not paying attention to our concerns, what we want, even what we think good suggestions we might have on their behalf. And the reason for that is that this whole board, and this isn't a slide on the district's participation in it necessarily, but this whole board is a self-appointed entity. I protested the formation of the GA board from the very start, before it was ever even formed. Tried to, arouse people's knowledge that it is un-American to put in an agency that taxes and polices the citizens that comprise of people who are not elected to that position. Now, I looked at the AV suit somewhat from the decision on that, and they kind of solved that problem, but they still have appointed people on that board. I see no reason why this suit that cannot be addressed, and we can get an elected water master board put in place so that the people who are going to be greatly affected by any decisions made by either a continued GA or a water master board, they need to have a say in who sits on that board, those boards, all those agencies, and makes the decisions on people's behalf. And in coming years, when a lot of other problems hit the general country with huge inflation and everything else, people are going to be a lot more easily riled up to think that people who are not even elected are making decisions that are costing them considerable amounts of money. So I hope that's on the plan. If it's not on the plan, I request that it be put on the plan to pursue that. I believe that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neal. Mr. Sinnott, thank you for your patience and your waiting.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I should talk about this, but I'm gonna start writing. I kind of let things settle down for a couple months, but I'm gonna start writing in roadrunner395.com. So if you have any things you'd like me to include when I do that, I'm gonna get a little bit more activist on the water issue. As far as my intention to file a class action lawsuit against the Groundwater Authority, I'm going to continue that posture and await the final outcome of the adjudication before I make any other effort in that regard. I'll keep the data. I'll keep adding to the main class action page so that I get a good record of everything that's gone on since the creation of the GSA. There's plenty of reason to challenge in a federal court and from an executive decision-making process, the idea that the Navy has Federal Reserve water rights. One of the finest water attorneys in the state, basically describes that assertion as laughable. And that's not a legal opinion, that's just somebody's opinion, but it's a legal mind that's making it. And so I'm going to continue rattling the cage, trying to find alternatives. I am trying to offer solutions. I know this valley. I know the politics. When it comes to the Groundwater Authority, there's no incentive whatsoever for that organization to provide data that contradicts the plans they've already put in place. So why would they go out and make a special effort to meter some wells, read some well meters? They're not going to do that. Unless you, and I think the best idea I heard tonight was don't give that, give all the reporting, all the verification, all the metering, all that information that needs to be gathered going into the report, hire that out to another engineering firm or the county, but that's probably not a good idea either, so.
Thank you, Mr. Sinnott. Are there any other public comments or questions?
I'd like to make a comment, but it's not directly related. Mike, I hope you're still listening because my comment is there are hundreds of commissions and boards that are not elected that affect your pocketbook. And if you don't believe me, open up your next Edison bill and remember the Public Utilities Commission. And by the way, the wells are not measured by the Groundwater Authority. They are measured in part by Stetson, who's picking up the gap from all the wells that were supposed to be measured by the Kern County Water Agency. And let me say something about them. We have heard from many de minimis users who used to get their wells measured twice a year by that agency, but the technicians that come out are so casual and apparently impolite. They do not let the well owner know they are coming ahead of time. They show up at their locked gate and can't get in. Well, glory be. You know, there's nothing like calling up and telling someone I'm coming tomorrow at such and such a time. So many wells have been dropped because of that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Decker. All right. Let us then move on to any final comments from the board? All right, let's move on then to H, the general manager and staff update, please. Item 1, Dawn.
All right, item 1, the safety record. We are at 317 days since the last recordable injury as of today. As far as production, metered production at the wells for the month of February, 101,851,500 gallons, or 312.6 acre feet. The number that we report to the State Water Resources Control Board is the metered water through the distribution system, plus any non-revenue water, such as water loss to leaks or flushing or blow-offs, etc. That number, 94,771,000, and that's 290.8 acre feet. We did report our results to the State Board on March 7th. Consumption was down 24.3% compared to February of 2013, the baseline year that the state uses for comparison. As far as our 20% conservation target that was established by this board in June of 2016, through February, we are still at 22.8%. So we are not only meeting, but we're exceeding our goal. As a comparison, just to look at the last 4 years, February results, 2021, 27.1% lower, 2020, 18.2% lower, 2019, 27.9% lower, and 2018, 17.7% lower. We also report the residential gallons per capita per day, and this includes both indoor and outdoor usage. That was 84.9. With regards to new connections, we had 7 during the month of February. So far since the beginning of this fiscal year, July 1st, we have seen 37 new connections, and those connections have contributed $197,650 in capital facility fees. But it should be noted that 2 of those connections during the month are subject to a variance request that will come to the board at the April meeting. In terms of public outreach, I did attend physically for the first time in a while the community collaborative meeting on March 1st. I shared that as of mid-February, lockoffs have resumed following the expiration of the governor's moratorium from his executive order prohibiting shutting off service due to non-payment. I also mentioned that the district was enrolling in a low-income household water debt relief program that's managed by the California Department of Community Service. They've been tasked with distributing $116 million in a one-time funding for the program. And we're currently submitting information. We've enrolled in the program. They've asked for some more information. We're providing that. Just as a reminder, the district will be participating in the Home and Leisure Show this weekend, March 19th and 20th, Saturday and Sunday. We'll be distributing free literature, free water-saving devices, and be available to answer questions. But we'll have copies of the frequently asked questions document that pertains to the comprehensive adjudication, as well as examples of instructions on how to fill out the cross complaint, and also a sign-up sheet for people that may want to receive additional information to be put on a mailing list. And finally, under public outreach, we did submit a new general manager's column this week for publication. It's entitled From Record Snow to Extended Drought Impact on Groundwater. And hopefully that's going to be published in the Daily Independent on Wednesday and the News Review on Friday. Moving on to item number 3, follow up on the January 19th, 2022 special board workshop. Update on the items, revisiting the overdraft. I do not have any update to report on that particular item. The second one, purchase and integration of the seismic data into the hydrological conceptual model or conceptual framework, we call it. These were the two tasks that were authorized by the board at the January 10th meeting with a budgetary figure of $200,000. We have acquired 59 miles of the 1982 seismic line data that was collected in the El Paso area from SEI, the seismic line wholesaler. That was at a cost of $100,196.30. John Jansen, who's with Collier Geophysical, has received that data, and he started the reprocessing and interpreting of the data. The cost for his reprocessing and interpreting, $38,060. After importing the data into the seismic interpretation software that he uses, John indicated that additional reprocessing of some of the 1988 lines is going to be necessary due to some position layers that were causing stretching and distortion of the data. Tim Parker agreed with that assessment, and we are looking at acquiring approximately 40 miles of that 1988 seismic data. The cost of that is roughly $500 per mile. So adding up all those known costs, we're just a little over $173,000, which is below the $200,000 that was approved by the board for this task. So it looks like we should still come in under budget despite having to acquire additional lines. Next item, communicating adjudication status and updates to the public. As Jim pointed out, we do have a frequently asked questions page on our website, and it's being updated as new information is available. Also, as Jim mentioned, there's an example of how to complete the filing of the cross complaint. That's been added. I will note Murphy and Everett's has been receiving a high volume of calls over the last 2 months from people that received a notice in the mail. We've received 2 invoices now. First one was about 33 pages, and more than 90% of that was for calls in the amount of $39.50 for answering questions from people calling in. The total was like $58,000. And again, most of that was in answering these calls. Similar invoice for February was about $40,000. And again, the lion's share of those line items were related to calls received in questioning the adjudication and the filing. We're also actively putting information, sharing information on the district's Facebook page, working with Providence Consulting. Recycled water, because you're going to provide a report on the status of the MOU. No, in closed session. So no information on that for open session. Accuracy of the recharge numbers, that's been discussed. I don't think I need to go into that any further. The storage study is ongoing. Ramble's going as far as they possibly can in revising the Geoscene 3-day model, hydrological zone boundaries using the seismic line, interpretations within the China Lake Ridgecrest area. The continuation and completion of the study is dependent on Ramble receiving the 1982 and 1988 seismic line interpretations from Collier so that the hydrogeological zones can be redefined. And that is that item. I think we're done. Any questions on that part of the report before we move over to Renee?
Okay, Renee, well 33.
All right. So tomorrow, Longmire, the subcontractor to Best Drilling and Pump, is going to arrive at well 33 to install the swedge that is going to block off the top of the liner there. Yes, last week they were out here to video and do a caliper survey to get exact measurements that they needed. So they will be back tomorrow to do that installation.
They got their camera back, I take it?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, dear.
That camera is there forever.
Okay. All right. Is that it for 33?
That's it. Unless you have any questions.
Please. Could you go to the microphone, please, Judy? Thank you.
What did they find out about well 33?
It's kind of a long story, Judy. We tried to do a sand invasion survey with Best, with 2 S's, different company than Best Drilling and Pump. And unfortunately, the camera got stuck behind the liner. So even though we couldn't get the survey done, it did kind of solve the problem as to possibly where the gravel pack is coming from and the sanding coming from, probably from the seal. The seal is no longer there at the top of the liner that should still be there. So now what we're going to do, they were able to fish out a lot of the cable that was stuck in the well, but the camera itself is still there behind the liner. So what they're going to do now is put in a swedge just to blank off that top of that liner, so that and nothing can come up from behind the liner anymore.
So why did the seal fail?
That's a good question. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It shouldn't have.
All right, post-earthquake Cal OES reimbursement.
All right, so sent them a couple emails. The last I heard last week was that they requested the original files from state records and are currently processing the payment request.
So the check's not in the mail?
No.
Okay, but it's the.
But they're
step right
processing
before
it
the
now.
mail. Yes. Okay.
Somehow they didn't process it before. I don't know why.
Okay. Very good. 6, financial status. Ty.
So fiscal year through February, we had revenues of 10.7 million, which was 343,000 better than budget. Our expenditures came in at 11,313,000, which was 460,000 below budget. So our net is currently a negative 617,000, which is 800,000 better than budget. Capital expenditures to this point, 840,000. Of that, 177,000 is funded by the COPs, and we had debt service principal of 741,000.
Okay, any questions for Ty? All right.
I do have one question. I was looking at the GSA fees, and it looked like the revenue was higher than expected, and that the expense was less than expected. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, remember we had a credit last fiscal year that we took in.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
I knew there was a reason.
Okay, we have a credit because, not surprisingly, people found their bills were higher, so they used less water.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to solar production. Jason.
Jason, you wanted to? I'll do that for
You can do
Jason.
that? Okay, sorry. I jumped the gun, Ty. Sorry about that.
That's all right. So for February, we had an actual savings of 39,390, which was better than the guarantee of 35,753. Note that's also with a 0 under well 31 because of a main AC breaker problem. So we came in over the guarantee for the first time in many months. Actual savings for this fiscal year is 301,745. We also have the report for the well 35 system. And for February, we had a savings of 1,792, which was over this guarantee of 1,469. And then to date, so it'd be January and February, in this chart, we have savings of $2,847.
Okay, thank you. All right, conservation.
For calendar year 22, we have received 8 water waste reports, made 8 contacts, issued 1 formal warning, and 0 penalties. And then Don has some additional conservation information he would like to share.
Don.
So last Thursday, Aqua held a virtual legislative symposium. And one of the primary legislative bills discussed was Senate Bill 1157, sponsored by Senator Hertzberg. Senator Hertzberg is the same senator who sponsored Senate Bill 606. Also on that symposium participating was Assemblywoman Friedman. Assemblywoman Friedman was a sponsor of Assembly Bill 1668. And you may recall Senate Bill 606 and Assembly Bill 1668. The purpose of those bills were to establish, one of the purposes was to establish conservation targets for indoor use as well as outdoor use. So just as a reminder, the original legislation set targets of 55 gallons per capita per day until January 1st, 2025. From January 1st, 2025 through January 1st, 2030, 52.5 gallons per capita per day. And after January 1st, 2030, 50 gallons per capita per day. SB 1157, again, this is sponsored by Senator Hertzberg, modified those targets from 55 gallons per capita per day. It kept it at 55 gallons per capita per day until 2025. The 52.5 is proposed to reduce to 47 gallons per capita per day. And then the target after January 1, 2030, which was 50 in the original legislation, is proposed to go to 42 gallons per capita per day. Assemblywoman Friedman explained that part of the justification for submitting this bill with revised targets is that the original targets were in the legislation were established in 2018. And they are claiming that several things have occurred that have changed consumption so that they don't think 50 gallons per capita per day is a challenge. There's been I'll refer you to, in your packet, there's a draft letter. Aqua has opposed this legislation. I included in your packet a draft letter, but late Friday, we received the final copy, which I think you have in front of you, that shows all the logos, and you may notice that our logo is on there. We have signed on to this coalition opposing that legislation.
Good.
Part of the Assembly Bill 1668, sponsored by Assemblywoman Friedman, tasked the Department of Water Resources with conducting studies of best practices for indoor residential water use. As part of the study, DWR was required to collaborate with stakeholders and provide an analysis of the benefits and the impacts of the change standard. The study was conducted based on information from 18 water agencies, and while the study provided qualitative information on the potential impacts, it did not evaluate and quantify the impacts of the recommended standard. Aqua's position is that a quantitative status of the adverse impacts of 42 gallons per capita per day in 2030 must be completed. In the letter that you have, it is stated that the California Water Efficiency Partnership estimated during the regulatory process that the total anticipated cost range for reasonably complying with the 2030 standard, in which all providers achieve a residential indoor per capita volume of 42 gallons per capita per day by 2030, is likely to cost between $2.8 and $4.6 billion. The report that was issued as a result of that study cites that current residential indoor use is 48 gallons per capita per day. So you can see they're saying that since it's already 48, setting a target of 50 by 2030 isn't really challenging. You may find it of interest. I wanted to provide you, there should be a graph in front of you I did this morning that shows from the first, when we were first required to report our results to the State Water Board, June of 2016, all the way through February, shows our residential gallons per capita per day. But I will caution you, this does include indoor and outdoor. So, they're saying 48 gallons is the average statewide. I'm not so sure that we're anywhere near that, but you can see the trend line. I did put a trend line on there. Overall, we are seeing decline, and that's to be expected as fees have been enacted by the Groundwater Authority and cost of water is increasing. You might find it interesting. Again, this is in front of you. On the back, again, the Alliance for Water Efficiency shows they're saying to comply with that standard of 42 gallons per capita per day would require, even with water efficient devices, the most water efficient devices, that people shower once every other day, flush one time per person per day, and use a dishwasher every other day. The savings from those, you'd save 7.5 gallons per capita per day by showering every other day. You'd save 6.4 gallons per capita per day by flushing one time a day, and 6.1 gallons per capita per day by running the dishwasher. That's just to give you an indication of what the impact of lowering it to 42 gallons per capita per day would be. I'm certain it's going to be a challenge for this district to achieve that target. Outdoor standard is supposed to be set by the end of June of this year and then take effect next year in 2023. So it was an interesting discussion. Senator Hertzberg and Assemblywoman Friedman seem to have no doubt that this is something that's achievable. Aqua doesn't have the same opinion and has expressed that. As you can see by the coalition letter, several water agencies in the state disagree with that as well. I believe there is no set date for this hearing on Senate Bill 1157. It is supposed to be heard by the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee, but again, at this time, there's no schedule for that hearing. But we are following this closely, and we will continue to do so.
All right, thank you.
Don, is this a 12-month running average, or?
No, what you see there is the monthly residential gallons per capita per day that we report to the State Water Board. So it's the far left is June of 2014. The far right is February of 2022. So each dot represents a month. So you can see, just looking at it, the higher obviously is summer, the lower is obviously the winter months.
But the trend line, well, how was the trend line calculated?
I just put a trend line on that calculated it based on all those data points.
It's done automatically by the
It's put on automatically
software.
by Excel.
Well, I mean, it looked like a 12-month running average, but you're saying it's not that?
No.
2014 to 2022.
Oh, just a straight line between
Yes.
those two endpoints. Okay.
Not between the two endpoints, no. It's an average,
Sure, why not?
Okay.
The standard deviation.
Okay. So we have just a quick comment about that. I would urge all of our customers to politely and succinctly contact their state assemblyman and senator, and perhaps even the authors of Senate Bill 1157, and express your displeasure politely and succinctly, because this is the result of what appears to be a one-party state that refuses to address the real issue, which is to expand reservoir capacity in the state so that we can catch the water that we need to in the years that there are floods and store it for future use. The calculations are that would solve our problem. Don, I'm sorry, go ahead.
One more thing I meant to add. It was cited at the beginning of the discussion that water use in California, 50% of all the water used in California goes for environmental issues. Of the remaining 50%, 80% of that is used for agriculture, and the remaining 20% of that 50% is domestic use. So there was some thought that, certainly there's room for conservation, but you're putting a lot of emphasis on something that
Very little impact.
there's other opportunities that may have more impact, particularly environmental, 50% of the water going toward environmental issues.
Right.
And also 3 million gallons a day goes to the ocean.
So shower once every other day, flush once a day per person, that ought to be popular, and run your dishwasher every other day, because of course, you won't have to run it twice in one day because the dishes are piling up. It's an election year, ladies and gentlemen, and I think if we did politely and succinctly express our displeasure, we might have some impact on the state legislature, which is attempting to turn California into a third world country. All right, thank you. Item 9.
Just quick, I think you just take the dishes in the shower with you, and I think that solves the problem.
That's a good idea. Thank you, Jason.
What about the guys that only bathe once a week?
You need to step it up, Boyd.
First off, ATSI wish to express their gratitude for the condolences offered by the board. And as for the project, we are still awaiting the final as-built. There's some communication alarms that ATSI is working through. It looks like it's going to require another device installed here at the district, which will help organize some of the communications. Resizing the virtual machines and exporting data for the hydro model for the district, and then finally training. We believe all that should be done in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you. All right, arsenic treatment facilities.
Don signed the quote for the under drain, and Pure Flow is currently working on construction, and they estimate a 10-week turnaround, which puts it at early June for delivery.
Okay, all right. And operations.
For the month of February, we had 10 repairs, 27 replacements. NODAs did not run, which leaves our grand total at 8,377,775 gallons. And we turned 72 valves, bringing our grand total for the year to 103.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right. That brings us to item 8, board comments and future agenda items. Director Rotora.
I would like to see a agenda item having to do with perhaps getting a grant for the optimization, pumping optimization. After looking at the cost for doing the exploration down in the COSO area, I think it's highly appropriate that we try to get some grant funding to do that, or any other optimization that we end up looking at as a result of the studies that are ongoing that Tim and Chuck Krieger are doing.
Okay, thank you. Director Griffin.
I would like to agree with you, but I want to clarify, I think you said COSO, so I want to make sure.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So
Yeah,
nobody comes and
Paso.
says, now we're drilling COSO.
El
but
Paso.
It would be the El Paso area.
Come
Okay.
on.
The Southern Wellfield.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
it's
I'd just like to
detail.
thank the public for their
El
comments
Pasos.
tonight, and we will take everything that was said into heart, and we appreciate that.
All right. Director Cordell.
This is probably really stupid, because I've done that before. But I would like to, seeing how the state of the United States and state of California, people are paying out so much money. I mean, my pickup truck takes $220 worth of fuel to fill it up. And, but I have to drive it. Is there any type of petition that we could talk to the GA about lowering the fees for right now to help people out? I mean, a lot of people are paying, $100 to $150 to $200 a month. At the time when all of their bills and everything are amounting to $300 to $3,500 per year per family. Would that be something feasible to ask or not? Or I don't know what the opinion is, but I would like to do that.
Okay. All right. Vice President Boyd.
The only thing that comes to mind is I think we probably ought to think about how we answer questions like what we received from Judy Decker about the increased water purveying that's going on without solutions for where the water is coming from. It's I don't know if it's a GA should be addressing that, or if it's something that we'd be better off addressing, but I think we need to give it some consideration because it's, I know we don't control the permits. We don't control the zoning of property in the valley. So it's.
That sounds like a discussion that should be had with the city council and the county of Kern and San Bernardino and Inyo. Okay.
I think it'd be worth thinking about.
Okay. All right, I have just a quick comment. Given the state of the world and all the excitement that we see going on, I'm going to reiterate what the California Office of Emergency Services is recommending, that every person have a 30-day food supply in their house. It doesn't have to be freeze-dried, it doesn't have to be MREs, especially since those are expensive and they have special storage requirements. But it can be as simple as making sure you've got a properly stocked pantry. So the water district has excellent emergency contingency plans, but it would still behoove people to have about a week's worth of water in their house. That's a gallon per day per person and per pet, just to be on the safe side. And that's my only comment for this evening. And with that, then I will call this open session closed at 8:49 p.m. All right, I'm going to call open session back open at 10:30 PM. Mr. Worth?
No action was taken that requires disclosure under the Brown Act. That's all I have.
And I'm going to call the meeting closed at 10:30 PM. Thank you.